decide to let you go. To let you go.
Hello everyone, it is Sunday and we are doing some TryHackMe practice. Continuing on where we left off in the offensive pen testing path. Here it is. We have done all of the boxes under getting started, and then we've gone through the boxes in half of the boxes in proving it. I think these ended up just, maybe I did one per stream or something. They ended up being a bit more difficult, understandably. I mean, it's later in the series, but yeah, my expectation that I would be able to do like a couple of them per stream or whatever didn't really pan out. So we'll see how this one goes. Last weekend, I was having a lot of network trouble, and what I'm gonna check out, give a shot for this stream is doing everything through my VPN. So I'm in like Southeast Asia right now. I'm connected to TryHackMe in Australia because that's definitely the closest. The other servers are in the US or Europe, and my direct connection to their data center, whichever data center they're using, I think it's probably an AWS one or something, in Australia seemed to be kind of rickety, let's say. I would continually get my shell or other connections to the target machine would just sort of die for unfortunate periods of time, and made everything frustrating. So I have a VPN that I run using Algo in a data center in Singapore, and what I've found a lot of times is if my ISP is not routing things well, so like I have like a gigabit connection at this location, and when that information gets routed, when my network traffic gets routed properly, that's perfect. I can upload, download at really great speeds, very consistently. But sometimes if I'm trying to connect to a server that is in the United States or something, it'll get routed through some path that results in like I get a couple kilobytes a second kind of speeds. But then if I connect to it through the VPN, the data center itself is able to provide a better route, so I can sort of force a little bit better of a routing process by going through the VPN. So that's what I'm doing right now. I am connected to the TryHackMe VPN through my own VPN. It seems like, at least. I checked it out in Wireshark and it was going through my VPN as far as I could tell. It's going through my Wireshark VPN when I was connecting to a box, which I need to shut down. Which machine was that? I had to open up a machine to have something to ping, basically. I think it was Kenobi, so I should shut that down. But yeah, it looked like it was going through my VPN connection. The side effect of that, of course, is the way that my Wireshark VPN routing is set up. Everything goes through it, so my stream is also going through it, and I have tried that in the past and had a little bit of difficulty, but it seems to be working okay right now. So we're just going to go with this, and enough sort of like detailing my own personal connection issues, not because that doesn't really impact on y'all, but I just wanted to give a heads up in case the stream is somehow cutting out more often this time. It's probably because I'm trying to stream through my VPN connection. Of course, I know that Twitch has a sort of like data center, like it's a streaming endpoint or whatever, the place where you actually do your uploads to. They have one in Singapore, so it seems pretty likely that I should be able, if I can get a consistent connection through my VPN, that it should find a server that's close to the data center that my VPN is located in. So, I mean, ideally, the Twitch streaming is going to be just as good, if not better, than it had been, but that hasn't always been my experience in previous attempts. Okay, so the next box that we're going to work on is called Game Zone, and it says we're going to use SQL Map, which I think I need to install. I don't think I have that on my machine right now, but I have used it before to do a little bit. And then we're going to crack passwords and reveal services using a reverse SSH tunnel, and then privesc when we get in there. So that makes sense. Need to join the room and deploy the machine. Yeah, so we will do some manual SQL injection as well as using SQL Map to do it automatically. What is the name of the large cartoon avatar? Okay, so I mean, let's just do an Nmap, right? This one is called Game Zone, and then have that as our box, and Nmap targets. See what we can scan out of there. Okay, so we got 80 and 22 for SSH. So let's just go there on port 80. Cool. Oh, I remember somebody doing this, and I had a question about this image. Probably not. This. Oh no, this is Corsairs. Why does that not work? Let me do it over here, just so I'm not revealing any stuff from my, in case I'm logged in. Oh, of course that image is not, can't be downloaded by Google. So let's save that. Sure, whatever. because I saw this image, and it's very small on this site, but it sure did look like potentially like a game that I had worked on. Unfortunately, there's not a lot from that exact image on YouTube. Oh no, it says it's Corsair's Conquest at Sea. Because I was thinking, that's interesting. Yeah, okay. I worked on a pirate game, and obviously, sailing ships are going to look the same in different, these sort of square rigged early uh, early sailing ships, 1700s era stuff are going to look the same if they're done accurately in whatever game. But I had this recollection that the game that I worked on had been translated to the name Corsairs in Russian when we did a Russian release of it or whatever. But looks like this is just a different one. So, okay. Question solved. That I remembered watching somebody do that on a stream and was very curious about that image. Okay. That is all besides the point, of course. So, they ask who is holding the sniper rifle, and that's going to be, what, like Agent 47? Is that his name? Yeah. I don't play a lot of Hitman, but I feel like I've at least acquired that information. It's fun to watch people play Hitman, though, especially when they're real good at it. The later games have been very high quality, so I'm looking forward to watching some people play the new one that's I think coming out for the like PS5 or something. I guess later this year, maybe it's next year. Okay, so this is information about what SQL is. I will skip that. Yes, we can add more SQL code into the query if it's not properly escaped, if we're not using maybe stored procedures or precompiled, whatever the right term is. I'm blanking on it right now, but you can sort of have SQL where it's not constructing a string of code to then be sent. It's a like pre-compiled thing that you are sending to the server, which I think, that's still different from a stored procedure, because a stored procedure is actually like persisted on the server. Obviously, any given SQL DBMS could track that however it wants, but usually they do have it somehow accessible through SQL as well. Like there's tables that'll track the stored procedures that you have, and you can query for them and update them and stuff. But then you can also just send non-text based queries, in which case trying to embed text of code that goes in as one of the parameters isn't going to work. The reason that SQL injection works is you have a mechanism of talking to the SQL server, which involves sending it a text-based representation of the SQL code. And if your web server or whatever client is working with the database server is not properly preventing user input from building a string that allows them to inject their own SQL code, which is just its own form of RCE at that point, then yeah, you can put in SQL queries in your code. You just sort of end the portion of the query that was already written. So usually if you are embedding text into your query that's inside of quotes, the quote marks sort of, I think, depend on what exact syntax of SQL. So that then depends on what the server is and stuff, and SQL Map is really good at figuring that stuff out. But you end that quote, and then you're back to being able to write whatever you want, and it will be interpreted as SQL code by the database server. And you can then like comment out the rest of the line. That's presumably what the dash dash here is. I don't know what the dash after that is about, but if my recollection serves, dash dash in a lot of SQL syntaxes represents a comment through the end of the line. So if there's any following code, it wouldn't include that. So if you can get results from this, then that almost certainly means that you have an injection possibility. Or you could search for something that maybe it involves a number, and so rather than just put in a hard-coded number, you put in a bit of SQL code that it just adds two numbers together or something. And if you get the result of adding those numbers together, then you know that it was running your query as code, and you can go from there and try to build injection attacks. So, okay, so we're going to go ahead and log in with, close the quote on the existing query text, or 1 = 1, dash dash, and then no password. And that either works or we need that additional dash at the end. We'll find out. I guess yeah. So that's interesting. I don't know what syntax that is. Cool. So I guess Game Zone Portal is the name. Oh no. What is the? It's just portal.php is the path. Okay. Yeah. Let's assume MySQL. And right, MySQL says dash dash is a comment. So what is the purpose of the additional dash after it? Why did we need that additional hyphen? That's a good question to me. Maybe we can review the code once we have gained access to that machine. Okay, so we can use SQL Map. Yeah. Let's just try package install. Cool, SQL Map is available. Ooh. My package mirror has an expired certificate. Guess let me do it on over here. Oops. Yeah, what happened? It was down the other day too. Something has gone wrong over there. They're using Let's Encrypt, so it should be one of these like automatic renewal, reissue, whatever. But seems like the gentleman who runs this and he's got like a mirror for like Ubuntu and several other distros. I looked him up one time on GitHub. Seemed like a good guy. It was Yeah, it's just I don't know what's going on with the server lately. But this was a good, like a very fast mirror for where I'm at, and so I appreciated him running it. But anyways, hopefully the certificate issue will be resolved. It was able to download, presumably from somewhere else. Okay, so I guess we need two shells. So okay, they want us to get the request with burp. Oh, and so we are going to gonna be trying this stuff, this particular post. Can I don't think har is what I really want. Let me just say edit and resend. Maybe build this manually. Let's do that. Post/portal.php. What do you think we sent? HTTP 1.1. And that'll be our payload, or our body rather. Okay, so they're saying run SQLmap-r, send in that file, assume it's MySQL, and then dump it. Specified HTTP request file. What? What does that even mean? Why is that not valid? Do I need to put in host? No, I've got host in there. What? Do I need to call it .txt? We do request.txt, like they have in the example. No. Okay. Is it a special format of request file? Like it's not just this text? That seems like it would be weird. To say okay, it apparently doesn't like to look in the directory where it was run from for references to files. That's whatever. Might be injectable for search item. For the remaining tests, you want to include all tests from MySQL, extending provided level 1 and risk 1 values. Yeah, we'll just do whatever the defaults are, I guess. So right now it's trying all manner of different queries in order to check the responses and try to assess what that means about the MySQL version, or if we didn't specify MySQL, which particular DBMS it might be. So it's just like trying to get as many details as it can. Yeah, it's trying like certain version queries. Presumably these are queries that like they aren't explicitly about the version, but they have a different result if it's a version that's greater than this versus less than that, something of that nature. And then it will probably start checking other options. So yes, found. So we don't want to check any other parameters than search item because there's only the one parameter, I think. And now that it's started, now that it's honed in on that parameter, it is doing queries that are actually retrieving data about the information about the database, like what are the tables, what the database name is, in this case I guess DB, what the tables are. There's a users table, and it found at least one column called pwd, which might have hashes. Do you want to store hashes to a temporary file? Yes, why not? Do you want to crack them via a dictionary-based attack? Let's say no for right now. But it does have, it just has the one entry, Agent 47, and then it's got these games in its database. What is SWBF2? Oh, Battlefront, yeah. Okay, and then it's got posts, which is dumped as a CSV, and I guess that's everything. Okay, and we haven't updated SQL map for more than 68 days, so we might need to worry about that at some point in the future. What is the hashed password? Pull this out, and just based on the format, this is not going to be like a bcrypt password hash or anything. It's agent 47 is the user, and post, I believe, was the other table. Cool. So far, this one is going smoothly. This is another sort of walkthrough box, but it's appreciated, I guess. So we can use John. So let's see, where did we put the... So let's just move that. And what did we say it was? Word list. And we're gonna, we just know that the format is a raw SHA-256 hash of it. Okay. That should be pretty quick to crack. Yeah, the sec lists, password leaks. And format, right? Okay, so yeah, Video Gamer 124. It's right there in RockQ. Works pretty quickly. We didn't have to go through very many to get that. Nice. So what is the, they call it the dehashed password, but what you might call the plain text password or just the password. Okay, so we can SSH in with agent 47 at target. At target. Yeah, we'll continue. We'll just assume that's the right signature and I'm not being man in the middle here. I'm connecting through a VPN as pro, so we can get that user flag. Cool. All right, everything going well so far. And now this is a bit that I'm not familiar with. Reverse SSH port forwarding. Oh, is this like building an SSH tunnel? Okay. So reverse SSH port forwarding specifies that the given port on the remote server host is to be forwarded to the given host and port on the local side. Okay. L is a local tunnel, which is the client sends traffic to you through the tunnel. If a site was blocked, you can forward the traffic to a server you own and view it. For example, if Imager was blocked at work, you can do ssh-l 9000 Imager:80 user@example.com. Going to localhost 9000 on your machine will load Imager traffic using your other server. So let's see. So I would you run this locally, I guess, and it does an SSH connection to example.com, which is your sort of intermediate server, and tells it, hey, connect to Imager:80, just make a little tunnel through our SSH connection. And okay, that makes sense. And then a remote tunnel is when you are sending traffic directly to the client. I mean, it's bidirectional necessarily because of the nature of TCP connections. I mean, maybe you can do UDP over this, but if you're doing HTTP, you're doing a TCP connection, and that requires bidirectional traffic. But it's sort of about yeah, I'm not sure that I necessarily understand what they are doing with this little diagram. Since if you go to Imager through this by going to localhost port 9000, you are out of necessity initiating that conversation. So maybe I don't understand what the U is in this case versus the client, but you forward your traffic to the other server for others to view. Okay. So I think if this were a situation where you have maybe you have a server that is on a network which has outbound routing restrictions or filtering or whatever they want to do, so that a service running on a particular port can't be accessed from outside of the network, and you've gained enough access and you want to then run the remote tunnel on that machine and get access. Maybe, but I don't know. I have to think about more what the remote tunnel setup is, what the context is, so that I can have a better intuitive understanding of it. Because I think if I had SSH, access to a particular machine, and that machine had access to whatever the internal server was, I would just do the local tunnel setup. So we would have maybe the IP address of the other machine on the local network there. And yeah, you could definitely, this way you don't have to worry about trying to do stuff on that intermediate machine. You're just going to tunnel the traffic to your machine and let it go that way. It's a little more convenient. Okay, so we did an Nmap scan earlier, but I seem to have lost that in my history. So So I'm gonna disconnect from there. We'll just run it again, I guess. And we'll see how many ports it finds with the default settings. Because I didn't bother to keep looking after it showed port 80, because I knew that we were going to a web server for the first steps. Maybe it's just 2. You can try throwing that in. That doesn't make sense. Like if it's only, yeah, so I'm gonna do -p- and maybe we'll hit on some other stuff, but hopefully it won't take an incredible amount of time to do all of these pings. Yeah, so it only found 2 with the default settings. And that's the problem with trying to do the large query. What's inside website? You mean what I was talking about earlier when I was trying to like describe what you might be using the local tunnel stuff for? I was thinking like if you've gotten access to a particular machine on, let's say you're doing a pen test. Oh well, the target is Game Zone, and it's this little web server. That, I mean, there's not really anything on this website. It's just conceptually about talking about video games, but it's really just here to be a way to do SQL injection, and by there get the credentials to log into SSH on this machine. Yeah, I don't know. So this is, who knows how long this is going to take to go through all these ports. I mean, if it's one of these high ports, it's going to, yeah, it's going to take a while. Yeah, well, I mean, it's kind of a walkthrough, so they just tell you how to do it. Like, there's a easy SQL injection here on the user login. So you do like or 20 equals 20, and that gets you in. And then there's SQL injection on this as well. Let's see. Can we search for Hitman? Will it get us a thing? Yeah. So we do same SQL injection here, then we get everything. And then we use SQL map because that's what it said to do. Use SQL map on sort of this HTTP form, the post request that goes with it when you submit the form. And then we cracked the password that was found. It was in RockU. It wasn't well hashed. It was just a single round of SHA-256, it looked like. So now we are trying to work out what the, I'm not even going to bother with this because this is a slow, boring process, and it's not like I'm failing to understand how to do it. It's just a matter of, do I want to wait another 25 minutes when they definitely mention that the port is 10,000? So like we can yeah, we can give a certain port. Is that only one? Do I just do like maybe a comma between them? Okay, so it's gonna try up through 1 through 1024, which is like the well-defined ports region or range or whatever. And then we're going to try 10,000 because I know that's the port. But we'll see that happen in Nmap. T5 is like the insane rate or whatever. Is that the suggestion? Oops. Yeah. Now, is insane different from T5? No, it is the same thing. Okay. Yeah, I've done that before, right? And it's definitely it didn't find 10,000. So maybe that's not the port. Interesting. Right? It says 10,000. So, I mean, this is going to be 3, right? There's 3. No? Oh, wow. There's more than 3? Okay. Interesting. Well, we'll try it with T3, but it's gonna we'll turn off. We'll just assume it's up. But if it wasn't having that problem before, so I wonder if I have killed the server. No, it's fine. Yeah, so running it with T5 rather than the default or whatever, it's maybe twice as fast, which is, I mean, 12 minutes instead of 25 minutes left or whatever would be convenient. Linus didn't make Linux. What am I hacking? I am in TryHackMe, and I'm doing the room called Game Zone. It's one of the ones on this offensive pen testing learning path. Basically, we're just going through all the ones in here. So we're on Game Zone, and then hopefully we can get to Skynet as well. This one has been going pretty quickly, so I think we'll have enough time to mess around with Skynet. And this one seems to be the first one that's really not very guided at all. This says no hints, so yeah, just figure this one out based on the stuff that's done previously. And then this is probably in a similar vein of like not really going to tell you how to do it. And then the mastery section is presumably all that kind of stuff, but we'll find out when we get there. In the meantime, we need to get past this stuff. So I'm not getting any results thus far. Out of scanning at T5. We could try T4. That found those, so yeah. It is what it is, I suppose. Then maybe we just have to wait a while scanning this stuff. Because I don't know. My ping time is about 400 milliseconds. So if it's waiting to hear back after each thing before going to the next request, we're only going to be able to get, 2 of them per second or so, 2 to 3 of them. And there's only so fast it can get through that kind of thing. But this is already, 20 minutes versus it started off at almost 40 minutes. So T4 is the one that's about twice as fast. T5, I don't know how much faster that goes because it was failing to actually make the connections and when I set it to T5. So I don't know. This is, if I was like needing to actually scan some stuff, I would probably, like in a maybe a real world pen test or something, or a more time constrained scenario, I think what I would do is um, set up a box that had a good connection to whatever the target was, and then I could do an SSH into that box or use what is it called, Mosh. Um, yeah, the mobile shell. So this is like SSH, but intended for when you don't have a very good connection to the remote host. So let's say I set up a box that's really close to the target, has a good connection, so I can do my like Nmap scan from there and maybe other stuff from there. Um, but maybe that machine I don't have a good connection to because it's in the same way that I don't have a good connection to the target itself. The machine that is like in a nearby data center or something, I also don't have a good connection to. So I could use Mosh to connect into that intermediate box and do my stuff. And if I did disconnect it, I can just reconnect the client and it won't have lost any of my progress or whatever. It's a little bit like a fancy, more purpose-built version of like a tmux or a screen or something. I mean, I don't know that it's necessarily doing the same. Like it's not going to do the um, window management and all that kind of stuff with the tmux, and you can still use it with tmux, but it is like it will persist whatever you've been doing uh, with your shell connection and allow you to easily reconnect and not lose state, basically. So I have not actually used it, but I have always considered it. If I were in a position to like use SSH from my phone or something, I think this would be almost fairly critical to do that. So it looks like we still got 20 minutes left, but it's 22% of the way through. Like it's already gotten a lot further. So maybe I can just talk for a little while. Maybe we can read ahead on what the task is. There's some service, and then we're going to do the local tunnel and put in those credentials that we already found that we can use to SSH into the machine. And so that'll get us a connection to that internal service that hasn't been exposed to the network, to the internet, or in this case, VPN for TryHackMe, but like outside of the box, basically. And if Nmap doesn't work, I can SSH into that machine and then try to find out what ports are open once I'm already in there. But they want us to use Nmap, and that feels like the most realistic thing to be doing anyways. So, I was reading the wrong column. So we've only got like 10 minutes left. That's good. Yeah, and it says it's some kind of CMS, and we've got some version of that CMS, and then we're probably then gonna check in Metasploit for exploits based on that CMS and the version for it, and then use that to get our privilege escalation. So that'll be pretty good. Shouldn't be too much trouble once we find out what the port is. But I don't have that at the moment. Surprising amount of waiting around when it comes to these TryHackMe boxes, which I assume is just network related. Like, I don't know, maybe it takes this long for everybody to do an Nmap scan. I mean, we are scanning the whole range. I think it's interesting that we're getting close to halfway through. So, okay, this is the problem. I'm very bad at reading instructions sometimes, I guess. So the instruction was to run this ss command, and I think they want us to run that as a user on that machine, because yeah, if it's firewall blocked, then it's like we're not going to get the response. So that should have been a more clear to me when I explicitly put that port in and nothing came back. So I'm going to end this. And we're just going to SSH back in. And I've probably lost the password out of my clipboard. Okay, so yeah, SSTULPN, I think it was. So right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ports open, or things running with a TCP socket. They're not actually open. Well, oh, TCP sockets, so that's actually just this set. And I guess technically the IPv6 listens like these two to me feel like the same socket, but maybe they are technically not, because I think this 3 colons is going to be an IPv6 anything specifier, whereas the asterisk is maybe IPv4 anything. But yeah, okay. So then we are going to go back to our machine, I think, and say 10,000. Yeah, and localhost 10,000. Agent 47 at target. So we're going to connect port 10,000 on our machine to localhost port 10,000 on their machine. So the relative to that target machine, we'll look at localhost port 10,000 and forward the traffic to our machine, localhost 10,000. It's going to ask for a password. Yeah. Okay. So do we get something? Looks like it. Okay, so maybe the CMS is called webmin. Cool. And we can get the version out of headers. It's probably not this 1580. Oh, I guess it was. So the server identified itself as miniserv/1.580, and maybe that's like just the same version as the webmin thing, and maybe there's other places in which you could determine that. Does it have the version anywhere on the page? No. Okay. So we are going to use Metasploit, I guess. We can search for webmin. Let's do search exploit webmin 1.580. Cool. So file show CGI. It's probably this one. Yeah. Okay, so we'll use that. And use is 4, and then options says set our host localhost, set our port. Oh, it's already 10,000. Set SSL false. What is the status? Okay, so do we need the username and password in order to use this? Can we try agent 47? And that's not the right. So, down here, right? Let's see if we can log in with that. Yeah, okay. Oh, so we could have just gotten the 1.58 just by logging in. Okay, so then we'll go ahead and run it because we've got all the required options set. Am I brute forcing web logins? No. We did SQL injection through using SQL Map, and we dumped the database which had users table with a hashed password, and then we cracked that password because it was just a single SHA-256 hash, and the entry and the name was in oh, I need to set up the other handler. Okay. I wonder if there's a way to say set this tunnel up and don't actually connect to the machine, because I feel like I've lost use of this particular terminal. Let's see. TryHackMe room scheme zone. So yeah, then we just cracked that password, and then we could SSH in, and we found a service that was running that was just firewalled, so we wouldn't have been able to access it without logging into the machine in the first place. This was the webmin CMS that I guess in theory backs this portal site. And so we found just now we've gotten a Metasploit exploit for it that works for this version. So we set up our credentials because it's a more of a privilege escalation kind of thing than actually like getting in. It's an authenticated kind of scenario. So we put in the credentials that we already had figured out. They're the same as the SSH credentials, and it was able to do it, but we didn't have the reverse listener set up. So I need to go ahead and set that one up before we run it again. Need to use can I remember it from last time? It's like is it handler? It's not going to be under exploit. Payload is not what I want. We'll set the payload later. Too many payloads. It's also not an exploit, right? Do you have Metasploit installed on your main? This is my main machine, so yeah, I'm just running it from there. No? Okay. Yeah, feel free to lurk. It's all good. I forget the name of the thing that you need to use multi/handler. Use multi/handler. Okay, so then set payload. It's actually probably going to be Linux/interpreter/reverse shell TCP, or just reverse TCP. Okay. What do we have? Payload Linux up here. We got x86, 64, so should be able to do this one. Okay. And all right, run that. We'll see if this works again. Can we? I don't want to run. Well, yeah, I don't know that I. How am I gonna make this work? I don't understand networking well enough, I guess. Lhost isn't in here. Why do we need lhost to run this exploit? Oh, authentication failed. That's weird. I mean, it then succeeded. So, what is that about? Oh, I see. We set lhost our hosts. Let's do that. Yeah, but no session. So okay, we'll do set lhost 10.4.5.159. Then we'll see if it'll connect. Cool. Okay, so I guess it's because are you trying to brute force a site login? No. I don't know why everybody is asking about brute forcing. We are using a Metasploit exploit in order to take advantage of basically an RCE vulnerability in the webmin software, like web server software version 1.580. So we were able to get the shell, but why is it not? We set a different payload. This is the payload that we set here. See if this works. Nope, there's no payload setting. Well, let's find out what they want us to do. Just says use Metasploit. Okay. Oh, wow, it's just a really shitty shell. Okay. It was working. It was just the payload for this exploit is bad. I mean, I say bad, but maybe it has to be incredibly minimal based on the requirements of getting the RCE to work. Maybe you can't upload much, but it definitely should be enough to, if I needed to, I could upload a whatchamacallit, like a payload that I created with MSF Venom, and then use that to get another interpreter shell running, or a real interpreter shell running rather. Cool. So that was Game Zone. That one was largely a lot smoother. The one thing that was taking a while was just the Nmap scanning, which was only a failure, was only taking so long because the ports that I was looking for weren't actually open to the public. That's what the whole point was. I was just missing the instructions. So that's entirely on me failing to read the context and understand what was going on, and wasting my time scanning a bunch of ports that weren't ever going to respond, even if they were open on, or not open, but like if there was a server running on that machine using that port. Yeah, I need to watch like the last season, but I have watched almost all of Mr. Robot. It's a really good show. They managed to keep it different and interesting every season. Like, I would say when I first saw it, the first season seemed like, maybe perfect television, basically. And certainly it appeals to my interest quite a bit in the hacking sphere. And as somebody who may have spent some time enjoying a lifestyle of using drugs, let's say. let's cut to the chase there. That aspect of it also was relatable and appealing from a storytelling standpoint. And so I was a huge fan of it, and I was worried that like, oh, they're gonna make this, and then I felt like I would have been perfectly happy if they didn't make any more than the first season, because it was really well encapsulated and everything, and then they continued to make really awesome stuff in the seasons that followed. So yeah, I really need to get in there and watch the last season. I mean, at this point it's been a while, so I have to like go back and watch the season before and recap it for myself or whatever. But it's one of those like the whole thing with White Rose. I don't want to do spoilers or anything for the folks that maybe haven't watched the show, but the sort of the stuff where the whole show, the direction that the show goes into in seasons 3 onwards, I guess, maybe some of 2 and stuff, like it sort of goes in this direction that wasn't really present at all in the first season. Has a big like mystery piece to it, right? And I'm always worried when a TV show has a mystery element of like, there's this big thing that people talk about, but they're not talking about the details of what it is because it's presumably going to like show up at some point, or it'll be revealed. But like I've been burned by that in various shows, right? Like stuff like Lost or whatever, which is just the term that has been used is a mystery box, where they just come up with things that they aren't going to explain, and then they either never bother to explain it, or when they do, it is just like incredibly underwhelming because the mystery of it was what they were using to drive stuff rather than the reveal being like they just stopped caring about the value of revealing what that mystery was about. So I worry, but I also think that they're probably better storytellers than that. So I'm still hoping that when the whole like what was this ongoing plan in this context that you are slowly coming to understand as the seasons go on, what is that? Because yeah, and maybe that's even in the like maybe that gets revealed in the season prior to the last one, because I might not have finished the season prior. I don't remember. It's been over a year at this point, I think. I've stopped. Like I just have not been on my grind of watching television as much as I should. That's one of those shows that's like kind of an intense one to watch, and so it's not necessarily a fun show to decompress from a long day of work. I like a small, like 30-minute comedy or something where I can just not really invest a lot of mental effort into it. Whereas that show, I want to be paying attention and really like get hooked into it. And then, so that's more of a like, I'm not doing anything today, so let me watch an episode or two of this show. And I just haven't given myself those days off in a while. And I feel like I've already racked up a lot of shows to watch that are in that category at this point. But probably Mr. Robot should be at the top or near the top, because I do love that show so much. I might go back and rewatch it from the beginning, even though so much of it is like revealing these things as you watch it. It still, I think, would be a lot of fun to watch it even knowing how things kind of work out. Okay, so Skynet. This is the first one with a chart thing that I saw. Maybe it was there on all the other ones, but they just didn't show it. Interesting that optional is on here. I don't know what the what this chart is about, to be honest. And it's, I guess maybe they're just showing like the top people, because I can't imagine I'm the only person to have done this. There's 1,500 people that have started this room at least, and so yeah. Are you able to compromise this Terminator themed machine? So let's go ahead and deploy it. Hard to compromise the machine that doesn't exist, so need to get that set up. And we could follow the walkthrough if we need to, but I'm going to do my darndest to not. And all right, that one we didn't actually need. So THM, let's go to a different room now. It's called Skynet. And then the box is this. Let's do the basic scan. Got a bunch of ports. Got HTTP, got SSH, got HTTPS, I think, is 445. 139, is that like a, whatchamacallit, the SMB stuff? Maybe that would imply Windows box. Let's go on DuckDuckGo. What is 139? It's NetBIOS. Okay, so implies Windows. Yeah, there we go. Microsoft. So NetBIOS SSN service, something like enumeration maybe. It's got IMAP is 143. I don't remember that. And POP is 110. So we got email going. And then 445, sorry, is not HTTPS. 443 is HTTPS? Yeah. 445 is, I said Microsoft DS is the SMB sharing stuff, and Active Directory. I don't know what the DS stands for. We got this directory services. Okay, cool. So we got a Windows machine. I guess let's go to the web server to start with, and turn off my dark mode. Of course, it uses the default background color, which I have set to also kind of dark mode, but not quite as dark. Let's do a quick Skynet search. Okay, it doesn't work. Doesn't return anything. I guess I would need to comment that out. I don't think this is going to be SQL injection or anything. Cool. What are we even doing when we hit this? Get post. And just comes back with the same page. Okay. So, admittedly, I cheated a little bit. I saw a little text in that write-up, like preview image that mentioned GoBuster. So that gives me the hint to maybe just use GoBuster. Probably something I would have resorted to at some point. I don't know. You know, it sort of taints the test a little bit that I have that hint, and so I don't know whether or not I would have quickly come to that conclusion or not. But so web content. Yeah, let's see what we got. Directory list. Raft. Medium directories. And I forget what is there man page? No. Okay, so we want directory mode. And we're gonna do, I have host or something. So we can supply a word list, but is there a flag for what the target machine is? I guess just URL. Okay. So seclist, discovery, web, raft, medium directories, and it's all caps. All right, let's see if that works. Cool. So we got /admin, /config. What do we get from /admin? Don't have, oh, I should just look. So we get 301s on those. Well, those are redirects. So, doesn't necessarily mean it's, I think 301 is a redirect. Yeah. So, and then we get redirected to a 403. Is that what's going on? Comes back. We're just getting, why do we get 301s then with, if I put in :80, is that where it gets all weird and no. I don't know why they got a 301 from GoBuster. Should I? Oh, is it? Do you just slash and then it does a 301 to slash? Okay, cool. So it's a little bit telling on itself. If you don't provide the slash, it will redirect you to the canonical address with the slash. Fine. Squirrel mail. Cool. So now we have a squirrel mail login location. We could maybe use Hydra against it. Let's look at search exploit. No results. Okay, so they are using a version that doesn't seem to be vulnerable to these things, I guess. Maybe some of these things, if we get in there, we can add a plugin, or they have the plugin installed, maybe. But I feel like probably requires us to have login already. They have /AI. So what was the? Oh no! Oh, it finished. Oh no! I just I meant to do Control-Shift-C. Bitten by that again. We'll keep it going. Where does /AI take us? Okay, that's a 403 on that one. And server status. Is also a 403? Right, that one just says 403. Okay. I'm still figuring that squirrel mail is our best bet, but we might need to brute force stuff. I'm curious about this one. Yeah, let's use Vim so we can get a little bit of highlighting or something. Linux local 417.c. Interesting shellcode. From 2004, probably too old. And that might be why it didn't have a version. So what are we doing with this? I guess there's maybe a this is a brute force exploit. This is just, it's rather unfortunate that there's no indentation on here, but I guess we have a loop to attempt brute forcing the original password, maybe? I don't know. I don't think I'll be using that though. Oops. Okay, so maybe we throw Hydra at it. Yeah, might as well start with that. Clear these out. Do like admin, just in case that's enough. Oh, we should look for maybe. No, I don't want to save that. Default credentials. Yeah, I guess there's not like so if the username login stuff is just going to be connected to PAM or whatever for like the actual login process for users on the machine that it's running on, then it seems like the seems like we could also just try Hydra on SSH. Like, I don't know. The brute forcing approach is never the one that I like to go for, but I don't necessarily see anything else. Is this a chance of... So HTTPS is forbidden, which is interesting. Like PHP4 is probably just not a thing, right? Okay, so that's interesting. Okay. So we are at login. What does login do? Comes in with... Didn't have a... Oh, yeah, it comes in with the location to say to go to source login. Okay. That's what index does, rather. So we can copy as curl, maybe. Oh, of course. Guess we can do it as double quotes. All right, then we want to get through all of this. Why is this only the headers? Oh, because all the header stuff comes last. Okay. But that's not the request that I want, right? I want the post request. Need to clear this out then. Why does that request to redirect? That is so weird. Right, let's look at this. The inspector, yeah, it's opposed to the redirect PHP. Okay, so that's fine. We can go ahead and copy this as curl. That's what I need. And need to remember what the format is for Hydra. Okay, so we want. I guess we just try IMAP. Oh, and we don't know. We don't have a user list necessarily. Although with the theme being Terminator, right, it could be characters from that series. So, what is John Connor? Is it with an H? I think it's without an H. Yeah, no, that's a person. It's a real person. John Connor Terminator is with an H? Okay. I mean, you know, would it be John, maybe? And what is John's mom's name? Sarah Connor. So it could have Sarah and John. Okay. Give it a shot with that. And plain text is disabled. Okay. So what are our options with IMAP? Auth login. I guess that's one aspect of. Could we do? Could be NTLM since it's Windows. Unsupported. No chance that it's going to be able to tell me what the options are, huh? Maybe digest MD5. Let's just try login first. Okay. Is that a real one? Does seem to support that. At least it hasn't started giving me the error messages yet. So yeah, maybe IMAP is a little bit faster than going through the scroll mail web interface. Hard to say. I don't necessarily know what to do. I mean, we're still going through this list on GoBuster. Haven't found anything else. And hopefully this is organized in such a way that we've got less and less chance of a meaningful hit towards the end of the list. Which just means that this is the set of things we have to go on. And like, I don't know, maybe squirrel mail is vulnerable. Let's see what the version of squirrel mail is. 1.4.2.3. So they're basically on the latest version, which to me implies that and there was a vulnerability in 1.4.2.2, right? So then presumably 2.3 is the release that fixes that vulnerability. And since they're on the latest version, the sort of implication is that that is not the avenue by which to own this box, or at least like having an exploit for that for the version of squirrel mail is not like, if there was an exploit, then it hasn't actually been fixed, and that seems like a poor choice of thing to be running, or like to have as part of your challenge is what is effectively a unpatched vulnerability, not necessarily like something for which there does not exist an actual patch in the real world. Seems like it wouldn't make sense to be using in this context. I don't know that that would qualify as a 0 day if it had been out for a while. That would be like I don't know, negative something day. Oh, cool. So we've gotten to the part where we've got invalid directory names. Cool. And yeah, I mean, maybe we use a different directory list if this one is not finding anything else. Or, I mean, maybe Hydra is the way that we gotta go on this one. I don't know what the users would be. I guess I could try throwing admin in there, actually. Do we have a user list? Is that in... I think, oh, usernames, okay. It's a very short list. That's just actual people's names. Maybe. Wow, and this is just alphabetically sorted. Okay. I mean, I guess it seems like this very short list here is our best bet. I don't need 10 million usernames, especially because I don't think I have a mechanism for determining if the username is valid without also getting the right password on it. So Yeah, you can go ahead and give that a shot. And of course, I'm assuming that this is actually working because it was giving the number of tries, but I don't know. Maybe the mechanism by which it is attempting this stuff is not actually working, and we should try the web-based login. Yeah. We could certainly try under /admin maybe and see if there are enumerable directories within there that just, since you can't list /admin itself. Like if we try, we go to /admin, it's going to forward us to /admin/, which is forbidden. We tried this, that's a not found, so we know that's a thing. Index.php, presumably not actually a thing. Right, admin.php, no, okay. Cool, so that finished. So, I don't know, let's try under admin. See if it's able to find any subdirectories there. This is where it sort of comes to my inexperience as to knowing what avenues for enumeration are most useful, most meaningful. And part of the reason why I like the binary sort of exploitation stuff, because, well, I don't know, if you have a large binary, enumeration becomes an issue as well. You got to do fuzzing and that sort of thing. But it still feels like you have a grasp on what the scope of the thing is. Even though there's, some absurd number of different code paths and states that the binary can get into, and searching through those requires a lot of finesse, and like there's an art to it, let's say. It still is like, okay, everything is still contained within this one binary object, or that, and it's, connected shared libraries and stuff, but like it's knowable what that scope looks like, even if it's still incredibly gigantic when you get down to it. Whereas I feel like with a web server, it's like, I don't know, there could be anything after /admin/ like, we can give this list of, directories that people have seen on other servers, but it just feels like it's an incredibly guessing oriented kind of thing. And then here with the like brute forcing, same, I don't know what people's usernames are. I mean, it's purely, luck if like John happens to be it, or maybe John Connor is one of them or something. Maybe, and how is that spelled? Is it uppercase letters? Is it all one word? Is there a underscore? Like, I don't know. It feels like a relatively demoralizing kind of scenario to just be like, well, I'm running a tool and hoping that it randomly hits upon something. But I guess that's what fuzzing is as well. I haven't really done fuzzing, but it feels like that's probably the same experience of just, I I get to wait and hope that something worked out in my process of waiting, but it's not a very enjoyable process, the sitting around and waiting. Because all I'm doing is second guessing the choices that I've made that have resulted in me waiting. And then second guessing the second guessing, because it's like I shouldn't be assuming that this stuff is going to necessarily work out very quickly, even if it's the right thing to be doing. But I have no gauge on whether or not I am wasting my time in the avenues that I am using. So, like, I have an urge to just stop this IMAP thing because it doesn't seem like it's realistically getting anywhere. And I don't know if that's because the passwords aren't in RockU, if it's because the IMAP attack is not the right way to go about it, or if it's because the username list doesn't contain the real usernames for this machine, basically. It's impossible to say right now. Should we do this? What does that look like? We just throw garbage at it. Yeah, like, I mean, the fact that it hasn't been giving me error messages yet, and like, this is pure garbage, just tells me that I don't know how to properly do the IMAP usage of Hydra. I feel like every time I've interacted with Hydra, which has not been much, it's maybe just once prior, I've just come away with feeling like I don't understand how to operate this thing. And I feel even less like I know how to use it when it comes to the IMAP thing. Like, I don't know why they can't just give me a list of what the different supported login approaches are. Why does it need equals? Yeah, digest dash MD5, I guess, is the thing to use. But like, the fact that you can just put garbage in and it's willing to throw that at the server is interesting. So everything happening with Hydra so far has been meaningless, basically. All the waiting around on these, like, the fact that it wasn't giving me error messages was actually not an indication that it was working. So I'm not going to bother with the IMAP one because I don't know how to use that. We're just going to have to do the web one. So yeah, why don't we have this show me how to do the HTTP one? Like, there's so much documentation here, and yet I feel like none of it is telling me how to do the thing that seems like a very commonplace thing to do with it. right? Which is like, what are the module options? Okay, that's what I want down here, is how to see what those options are. Okay, so I want to give that part and colon, and then, okay. So then Hydra, I don't know, just throw some there. And again, you know, this still comes back to like, I don't know, maybe my imagination of what people's usernames are is just so bad that it's not gonna matter. So yeah, we didn't find anything under /admin. And we're halfway through. Something under squirrel mail. Let's see. It's under /plugins. Just redirects. Okay. /functions. We don't have access to that. Passwords leaked rockq.txt, and then maybe request. Forget how I'm supposed to do it. I thought I could pass in the full URL, but I guess not. Is it okay? This seems like it's just the 3. Do I say HTTP? Was it post form or form post? Post form. And then we gotta pass in. So maybe up here. Let me just do whatever the target is here. Jesus Christ. Alright, let's try it without the HTTP part. And we'll say that and HTTP post form. The module user list does not need or support optional parameters. That's what I want. -L. Okay. So I don't know. Maybe it's doing the request. And on this side, we have nothing particularly new. We can look at /config, but I think that's going to just redirect to the login page. Yeah. Which does redirect us to /config/. But that gives maybe a temporary redirect to index. Oh, okay, and then index takes us to login. So, yeah, I don't know. Still in this mode of like, what can I do? I'm just not good at enumeration. And so I don't know what things exist that are vulnerable. And if you can't enumerate the things that are vulnerable, you can't actually attack anything. So I'm not, this is not my strong suit. Pen testing stuff. I don't know how to find stuff that's vulnerable. I can go through a series of challenges of things that are known to be vulnerable because they were written as vulnerable things, but just give me a whole computer's worth of software and then, hey, find the things that are vulnerable. Like, I'm not going to find those things, I think. So this is going to be a very interesting stream from here on out as I just look at this screen, slowly try a bunch of stuff that doesn't work with not particularly much need for input from me. Yeah. You can always look at the write-up and just decide to give up. I mean, the rate at which I can do stuff with Hydra, we're looking at a mere 4,000 hours to get through the Rocky list with the set of usernames that I have mentioned. And, the seemingly very likely chance that I have simply not put one of the actual usernames into that username list, does not inspire any confidence at all. It is just incredibly depressing to think that I could have my computer waste 4,000 hours trying passwords for user accounts that don't exist because I didn't think of, maybe it's the T1000 or whatever the hell the friggin' I don't remember what the Terminator model is. T1000 is the bad guy in the second one. I don't know. T800 is Arnold Schwarzenegger. So maybe I should put those in. Should I put in hyphens? Would that I don't know if that would work in a username for a Linux box or whatever. Or I guess this is Windows because it's running Active Directory stuff. So I don't know. Maybe that would be doable. Yeah, maybe I should try looking at some of the other services that were enumerated, I guess. We've got Active Directory. Maybe there's I don't know what the it didn't list for me. Didn't do any specific enumeration. What do we want? Service version. Okay. Nmap 3-SB. And don't actually have target in this terminal. All right, so we'll see if it can tell me any details about the thing running IMAP and POP3, and I don't know, maybe there's actual exploits for those that we can just attempt without needing to guess credentials. Should have not focused so much on the web stuff, I guess, and then squirrel mail. I don't know. Okay, so it's Dovecot, and we have Samba. So it's actually a Linux machine. Okay, yeah, we got OpenSSH, Ubuntu. Okay. Didn't realize Active Directory services. I mean, I don't know. There's so many protocols involved in SMB stuff. So I guess there's just multiple ports involved. Yeah, I don't know what DNSX is, but let's look for Dovecot. Yeah, it doesn't look very interesting. I mean, well, I don't know. Remote email disclosure doesn't actually. I mean, that could tell us what the email addresses are. So that would tell us what the usernames are, perhaps. So what do we do? It's going to, so it's a Python 2 script. It's from 2008, so it's probably too old. And oh, yeah, this is not particularly helpful. So we need to know what an account is already. And then if there is a particular config setting, then we can also enumerate the list of email addresses that are used by that account. So that doesn't really apply. You could try this, see what that looks like. I feel like we might need to have access to the thing anyways for this. Yeah, this is like for local delivery stuff. Okay. Then can look at Apache. That's the next one with like meaningful. So there's a local privesc, potentially. A memory leak by using options. I don't think we have. We don't have SSL turned on. Like I don't know, maybe. I don't think we're gonna find anything with GoBust or anything else, at least. So I don't know. We could look at this guy. Yeah, but I don't think there is a CGI bin on this one. 2013, probably also far too old. And we can like try to go to CGI bins, PHP. Just not a thing. Yeah, what is this? That slash. CGI in? Weird. I don't think this is going to work for us either. Doesn't seem very likely. truly no idea on these options and the choice of how to name stuff in the code is seems questionable to me. Okay. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't have any ideas. Feel like I've probably reached my limit on being able to do stuff with TryHackMe. Don't know how to hack things. Might just stop with the TryHackMe stuff and keep working on nightmare challenges and all that, and maybe add more time working on the instruction decoder. I mean, I guess we can just, read the hint basically that's given here that the name for one of the people on this server is Miles. Is there a Miles character? Okay, yeah. I mean, I remember this guy from the movie, but it would never have occurred to me to look that deeply in, so I am very curious if so we'll see if it's in RockU, I guess, but I'm curious if I read through the walkthrough if they have a particular manner in which they were to have discovered that the user account was Miles, because if it's really just, hey, I should have done more work looking through all the characters that are in Terminator movies and put all of them in the user list, then so be it, but I would be rather annoyed that was the means by which we were supposed to come up with the user account and then do a brute forcing attack on it, assuming that that's even still the thing that we're supposed to be doing. I don't know. Maybe the brute forcing attack is also not the online brute forcing is not how we're supposed to go about it. But also there's the damned fact that if the password is this long, it's what are the chances it's in any of the early entries in RockU? Probably quite small. I feel like this is probably not squirrel mail. No. So there's a very long directory name that's hidden. So maybe I should be using just a longer. Use raft large. See if that helps. It's actually, yeah, it's about twice as large. So maybe, I don't know, /administration /phpMyAdmin. That's too short. Remote file include injection. Yeah, I don't know. Can't even answer the trivia questions on this one, so I don't think I'm getting anywhere. Or, I mean, maybe I'm supposed to go to this route and maybe there's something in the HTML that is interesting or meaningful in some fashion. Doesn't seem like it so far. Did I put in a user and get anything? No, of course not. So anything else? Because I feel like this is just going to be a 403. Yeah. Maybe server dash status? Nope. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I have what it takes to do this box. So we'll give it another 45 minutes. I try to keep to my streaming for 3 hours, kind of standard, but it's not going to be a particularly interesting remainder of this stream as I continue to not have any idea what to do. So I think what I'm gonna do is, you see me now. Hey, how's it going? It's not going well. I'm on a box that I don't know how. This is the first time I'm working on a box that isn't explicitly kind of a walkthrough thing, and I'm immediately have no avenues by which to make any progress. So I'm not the most patient person in the world. I'm gonna do other stuff off screen for the next, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes, however long it takes for this directory listing to be completed by GoBuster, and when it inevitably doesn't find anything else. This is what Nmap looks like if you want to take a look there. When it inevitably doesn't find anything, I'm just going to start reading the walkthrough and do the stuff that they wanted me to figure out to do on my own, because I'm not figuring it out, and my attempts at using Hydra to online brute force the Squirrel Mail login I don't think are going to go anywhere, and I'm certainly not going to wait 700 hours to find out that they're not going anywhere, given the fact that the entry for the password is almost as long as the passwords that I use. It's very unlikely to be anywhere near the top of RockU. So, maybe it's in there, and I don't know, maybe I should sort it by things that are longer than... why don't we give that a shot, right? Let's go ahead and copy this. We can say it's 23 characters. So how would I do that with RockU? How would I filter that list, filter that file to be lines that are exactly 23 characters? And which is like, even that is me using a very big hint. But I mean, I'm going to do it if it's going to reduce the number of password attempts that I have to make. And I mean, I'm assuming that the name is Miles because that's what they've put in, but maybe it's Miles with a capital M, right? It's like, I don't fucking know. And the Miles bit was also just from a hint because it's literally part of the question. What is Miles' password for his emails? And so, yeah, maybe it's Miles, maybe it's Miles Dyson, maybe it's Miles with a capital M, maybe it's Miles Dyson with a capital M and a capital D. I don't know. Don't fucking know. How do I do that? Oops. So we're doing that is not right. Okay, I need that, but how do I get it to not print the -n? 0 entries that are 23 characters, it looks like. Or do I do that? Oh, there's 4,700? Okay. Cool. So sorry. That's probably the least likely. Sure. Why not? Then user list, and for this we want okay. So this should go relatively quickly. I mean, again, yeah, relatively quickly because it's still 23,000 attempts with us doing 300 per minute is going to take a while. It's going to take, 40 minutes or something. Just browse through this and see if there's anything that looks interesting. I mean, passwords that there's like Thai passwords. I guess it makes sense, right? If you speak Thai, you might type in a password that's in Thai. Just a lot of email addresses, which I guess that would be an interesting password to use. I don't have a lot of faith that the password is going to be in this list. But yeah, I'll bring up. Where did I get the list? That's just RockU, which is considered a pretty standard, good list of stuff, or at least, I mean, I don't know that I have a lot of insight into it, but I've just filtered it to all the ones that are exactly 23 characters long, because the entry for what is the password that the Miles account uses is exactly 23 characters, and that seems to be how these things work. So, I'm sort of using all of the hints I can possibly get. Where did Miles Dyson come from? Because it says, what is Miles' password? So again, I did not discover that by any means that would be considered part of a normal pen testing. It's purely a meta game kind of thing. So it says Miles, and if you search for Miles Terminator, you get the character as Miles Dyson. This guy who works at Skynet, he's in Terminator 2. I guess he showed up in Genesis as well, or in maybe other movies. I don't know. I don't know what what Phil Morris was in, but yeah, I mean, like, I remember this character from Terminator 2. They sort of pick him up at one point, basically, and I think he think he dies in the like final showdown situation at the headquarters thing, or I guess not the final, but like when they're under siege by police, military, whatever is going on. It's been a long time since I've watched Terminator 2. So in any case, it seems like that's the character they're naming the account based on. Makes sense if it's supposed to be Skynet. He's a guy that works at Skynet. So that's not a particularly surprising choice, I guess. It didn't occur to me for whatever reason, but of course, like John Connor is not going to have an account at the Skynet company because he does not work there. Sarah Connor is not going to because she does not work there. So, yeah. But again, it hadn't occurred to me myself. That's one of those like probably should get more in the open source mindset. If it was a real company, I would be looking for people that worked at that company, I guess, and trying to come up with usernames based on the names of the people that work there. That's pretty common. But then, how am I going to get a 23 character password? I don't think it's one of the like email addresses that happens to be in RockU and is 23 characters long, which is 90% of this. Did I check the POP3 server? I don't know what I would do with the POP3 server. Do you have a suggestion of how I would check it? I can try to connect to it, but again, I would assume that it needs me to log into it in order to actually make use of that. Like, I'm guessing whatever the 23 character password is, it's something that's a little more specific to, Terminator. No, doesn't mention Skynet in any of those by any chance. Or at least not lowercase. So, I mean, really, I'm just waiting on this to finish, and then I can feel like I've been patient to the point where I was willing to be patient, and then I'm just going to do the walkthrough because I don't have any clue how to do this. But yeah, if you have a suggestion, you see me now about what I can do with the POP server, you let me know. I had initially started trying to use Hydra on. You can use POP3 to check usernames. I see. So, I mean, I can. It is. Well, no, it's not running SMTP, so I'm not going to use SMTP because it's running IMAP and POP. Right, I see what you're saying, but I mean, I don't know how I would use POP3 to do that. I'm not saying that it's, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I just don't know how to use POP3. It's been a long time since I've used anything other than a web-based email. So, okay, yeah. So then Let's try a user that definitely doesn't exist. Plain text disallowed. It's going to tell me any. Okay, not very interesting. How do I? I'm not going to be able to do start TLS over netcat, but I could do it through OpenSSL. But I don't think. Oh no, you can start. It's on the same port, I guess. Or well, we could give it a shot, right? Let's see what it says if I say start TLS. No, is it? It is 2 T's, right? Yeah, start TLS. Doesn't know about that for whatever reason. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to quit out of that. Well, that's great. APOP not enabled. Like, I don't know what the available commands are. Authorization state. The port was, I thought it was 110. This guy, it'll tell us when it finishes doing that thing. Okay, so yeah, POP3 is the 110 address. I mean, there's also IMAP. I also don't know how to use IMAP. Can't imagine help as a command. Yeah. How do you? I don't think it is SSL. I mean, it says that I can't do a plain text authentication without it being SSL, but it also doesn't, it's not available on a different port that I saw at least. I mean, we can try, like, it is closed, so at least it says it's closed. Yeah. But you know, we can, yeah, does not. So the question is how to authenticate, I guess. Is it going to... Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, we did do that on a previous room. Let me see if I can find that info. That is a good idea. It feels like if we did it before, I think it was in getting started actually. It was, yeah, enumerate Samba shares. So what did we want to do? Oh, okay, we can use Nmap for that. So port 445 and then use the enum shares and enum users.nse. Thank you for that suggestion. I'll have to try to keep that in mind more. Yeah, let's see. Anonymous Miles Dyson, which has no anonymous access, I guess. So we can go into the anonymous one. And IPC one probably wouldn't have anything, I think. And the user's enumeration failed. It failed the last time as well. But let's look under anonymous. And now I forget how to connect with it. That's right, SMB client. This way. Oops. Let me just say that. Yeah, cool. Can I get multiple things from one command? Lots of books. Feel like, are these legal to have? It's a lot of machine learning. I mean, I guess that, it's Skynet, right? So, okay. I'm gonna leave the books alone. I didn't see anything. I didn't get log 1. It said getting log 1. Oh, but these two are 0. Okay, so log 1 is the only one that actually had anything anyways. Oh, thank you. Okay. So the multiple entries version is like local or remote name, local name. So just log or logs. Logs. Oh, that's great. I didn't need to put it in. Okay, whatever. I will move it. Yeah, but I don't see anything in this listing that makes me feel like there is it's gonna be any information for me, so I will just disconnect. Did it not? What? It just named it that? No. It did name it that. Okay. All right. So these are potential passwords, I guess. So let's do the said thing. Cool. So just this one. Then we can just give it a shot in Squirrel Mail. And the name was Miles Dyson lowercase, maybe. See home Miles Dyson share. Yeah, why not? Okay, cool. Thank you very much. I mean, that really, I need to keep that more in my mind, that anytime I see Samba, I can at least, bar minimum or bare minimum, whatever, like give a shot at, are there already just open not like anonymously accessible shares. I think maybe I fall into this mindset of assuming that things have to be, yeah, I'll look at the other files in a second, but I can just throw the password in here for right now. Sort of assuming that things need to be hacked when really it's about if something is vulnerable, and if something is just completely open without needing any actual exploitation, some sort of attack or whatever, then it's also vulnerable. 2, 3, and let's look at attention. A recent system malfunction has caused various passwords to be changed. All Skynet employees are required to change their password after seeing this. Okay. Looks like he changed the password in this case. So let's look through some of those emails. Something about password reset. Huh. This is the new password? Oh, to his SMB share. Okay. So we could try to log in for that. What about... Okay, so we got some binary. Might as well take a little quick detour. We'll get back into the Samba share in a minute. So let's see. What was it? From Serena Kogan. Ugh. Okay. With open. I guess whatever. Okay. Then it's probably ASCII. I think we can do char from int L to or L in lines. Join those together. Okay. And then there's also 66 characters. So it's definitely the whole thing. Balls have 0 to me. I don't know. Did I copy that wrong? So this is going to be the space, right? And this is M. And this is also M. So, or well, ME space. Or no, this is probably TO, right? Because it ends on 2. And this is ME space TO. Okay. Don't know why it repeats a lot of the stuff there, but there you go. That's what that binary says. Maybe that's helpful. Nope, because it also just says it here as well. Oh, maybe this is like an AI that they're building, and this is what it has generated. It's very quickly goes off into gibberish. Anything in the other folders? Send any emails? Is there anything in trash? No? Okay. So I'm going to do the Samba password. Oops. All right, so then how do I pass a password? Just with use, okay. Or what do I do? And then oh, I'm typing that in wrong, huh? Can we is this service name the name of the directory? This is probably me not understanding. Oh, we put, okay, this is the, okay. So you put the options after. That's weird to me, but didn't work. There we go. Didn't need the quotes on it. Notes is empty. Damn. So he's got other PDF files. That's not helpful. Oh no, it's a notes directory. Oh, okay. Important.txt, perhaps? Oh, and they said there was a hidden directory, so I should be on the lookout for that, I guess. There. I don't know what OSMC is. Yeah. Okay. So I don't know. I don't know if these would be listing hidden files already or what. I'm going to just get important txt and then oh, it is just get is okay. So I guess that's the directory, the hidden directory. And work on the T8-100 model, 101 blueprints. Okay, cool. And lastly, spend more time with my wife. That's definitely the right order to do that stuff in. So if we go here instead, there we go. Okay, that is beta CMS. Cool. Making some progress. Primarily based on a very good tip from You See Me Now. It's nice to have people in chat who know what they're doing, can help me out. So, okay. It's kind of weird for him to have written a CMS page, or just just a web page about himself, but from the standpoint of the future, when the Skynet thing, like, I don't know, because I feel like, has Skynet already been in existence at this point? Maybe it has. Maybe that's how it works in the timeline of the show. Okay. Don't have a lot on this page. Maybe we should enumerate on this directory. No, we want that part. We don't want any of this part. Okay, /administrator, that's a good first get. So Cuppa CMS, we can try his other, is that a real CMS software? It is. Okay. Maybe they have default credentials. That is the default. Okay. But he did not leave it as the default. Seems like. Let me just double check. No. Okay, so maybe it's Miles Dyson and the password from earlier. Where was it? It's down here, right? After I got that. Oh, yeah, that's right. No. Maybe it's admin and that password? No. Maybe nothing from Searchsploit. Remote file inclusion. I don't think I tried that variant. Yeah, okay, cool. So maybe this, I mean, this is from 2013. Let's see, why didn't this show up in, oh, I guess I gotta call it like that. I see. Cool, so it's just full-on file inclusion. You can go ahead and do this, but obviously target.com. Very helpful. Do I think it is this? Maybe it's under. There we go, cool. Show me what this, does it look like raw? So who do we got? We got Miles Dyson. Any other users? Doesn't look like it. Okay. That is fine. So now we can get a PHP reverse shell payload, I guess. And then host that on our machine. So I don't think we need to keep searching. I guess we can do it on here. MSF Venom. We have PHP payloads that we can generate with MSF Venom. Cool. So we want -p interpreter / reverse TCP. What are the formats we've got? Ooh. PSH? No. Okay, it doesn't need a format, just raw, I guess. Seems reasonable. So we're going to do payload format. I don't think we need to worry about encoder or architecture or anything like that. Probably it defaults to raw. So what's the next question for the room? The next question is, what is the user flag? So yeah, we gotta get onto that box, and I think doing a shell through the Kappa CMS vulnerability makes the most sense. So I'm gonna give it that approach. Maybe it's running as the Miles Dyson user. We could probably do stuff like use this to go into the what we'll call it, sys file system or whatever, and like, or the proc, and get details about this process, who it's running as and stuff. But I'm just gonna try to include the old payload, and then lhost is 10.4.5.159. Oh, and we need -o, right? Why not? Just call it PHP shell. Let's take a quick look at it. Okay, got the IP and port correct and stuff, so sure. Then let's do this. We'll set up our handler. Sorry, payload, set payload. run it, and then we can do that. And so it said we can put in a URL, right? So we can do so just HTTP. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, that's the wrong one. And does that get the request? Oh, no, we need to be on. Maybe it doesn't have that vulnerability. Doesn't seem to be making that request. What might I need to do? I can give it a like a proc, or it's like a is there a way to make an HTTP request through it? I know you can do like a TCP connection. And maybe we just do it that way. And there. Procnet TCP. Oh, there's no, yeah, we could just pass the content through netcat that way, I guess. Right? There's no net/HTTP. Okay, that's fine. What is this about? I thought you could make a new connection. What if we do this on port 80? Maybe that is what I'm thinking of. That get hit at all? Doesn't look like it. Does this still work? Yeah. Dev/TCP? Maybe that's what I want. Yeah. Is that a bash thing though, instead of a just /dev file system thing? Like this guy? Bash is built in /dev/TCP. Okay, so like there, it's not a. Yeah. Okay, so it's not an actual like virtual file system thing. Damn, I don't know that that would work then. So what else can we do if we can't get it to include a file? How is this one working, I guess? It's a good question. Oh, we can use filters to read those files, which includes this is the username for the database and stuff. And we didn't try any SQL injection on there. Need to put a question mark? Maybe I just need that. Oh, but I'm not running the shell anymore, or the server. No. Doesn't seem to be. And I mean, I don't know why the question mark would make sense there in the first place. So is that what we want to do? Is try to read some of these files. Oh, I didn't copy the thing. Now what is going on? Should still, yeah, still connected and everything. But the CMS is getting like it doesn't want to. I wonder if it got stuck trying to connect to, because I'd originally forgotten to put the right port number on, and then everything seemed to fail after that. Like, I think even if I go back to this one doesn't load anymore either. And it's like maybe I have broken it just by trying to include a URL that it was not able to hit. And that's my bad. Should I just try to restart the box? Do the Terminator thing? I guess so. All right. Got this address now. Okay, then if we hit the new thing, cool. Now that works, so let's try and we are on port 80. Now it hit that. Okay, so I think I had just broken it on that first request. Where, well, okay. I'm not in the shell, so ID doesn't work. That's fine. Cool. Then we need to escalate our privileges. I can get linps, I guess. What room did I probably use that in? Kenobi? Nothing. Okay. Maybe I didn't use linps because we were doing Windows boxes. Then guess I could go to /temp or /devs/shm. Am I gonna get the shell? Yeah, why do I have such an awful shell? Just cd. Okay, then the shell. All right, let's see if we can find anything to Privesk with. So we could, at this point, actually just go and give ourselves SSH access. That might be, ooh, just so much stuff in the output. Yeah, let's do that. Because I don't feel like going through all of this. So let's see. We want to do keygen. There we go. And is there we go, F. Okay, so now can I say cd home? Oh, I probably can't. Let's see. So I should have write access to this. Why do I not? What user am I? Oh, right, okay. So, okay, that makes more sense. And it's just that it's readable by everybody that I could get that. And I suppose this won't work. No, okay. I suppose I didn't try SSHing in with the password that was used for the email service. And since that probably is the, where was that? I didn't output it. So it's probably up here. God damn it. It was in that list, right? Do we have that list at least? Yeah. So what's this? First one? They're both the same, I think. Okay, then. let's see if we can. I think it's -p like that, but I could be wrong. Can I not specify a password on the command line for SSH? Is that, I thought that was a thing that you could do. Apparently not. Well, whatever. Is it going to allow me to do a password-based login? Yeah. Can double check that I have the right thing. But I think it's just not that password. Yeah, okay. So let's see what can be done. There's a backup. Can I read that? Okay, that just backs up that HTML directory, which is this whole thing. Oh, copy space of, okay. Not sure there's more to be gained with the HTML, with the Kappa CMS thing. That's interesting. That lin piece was already on here, unless this is where it's writing the output to. So do we have SUID binaries? Okay, here we go. It's an apt. What's it called? Like GTFO bins dot GitHub. Okay. Is they're just at. No. Didn't think sudo would be. I guess, I mean, we're not Michael, or Miles rather, so. There was a John Con user at some point, I guess. Okay. We could certainly connect into the MySQL database, and try to get whatever the CMS login info is, and maybe they reuse that password. Anything writable from cron? Sorry, what are you said there it was? Did you notice something? Oh. Where is that in the... Oh, this is in the cron tab. Okay, I think I was not understanding how to... Yeah, I was just sort of scrolling past this. Cool. Thank you for, again, the great assistance. You see me now. Okay. So we can... How do we want to do it? And how often does that run? I guess often enough. Otherwise, I mean, they're not going to set it to like once a day and then require you to wait a day if that's the mechanism. So why don't we... Oh no. So, okay. So how do I want to edit this? I guess I can just add stuff to the end. Doesn't really matter. We can just do backups slash. What? Do we not have write permission? No. Okay, so because it's actually owned by root. Okay, that doesn't help. Unless LD. I guess I see what you're saying. In terms of like, try to just if we can't delete that directory, then we can't like make a copy. But we also don't have write permission to his home folder either. So even if we could delete that directory, we couldn't make a new one. Where was that? Up here, and it's explicitly that path. Okay. So I have these, but they're probably not something we can exploit. What is popularity contest? See what else we got. Okay. So we can look at some of the stuff that is in cron. Have any interesting outdated stuff? Kind of interesting that it's searching the EU data center. So what else can we do? Might be able to execute stuff as the MySQL user. I don't know if that gets us anything. But I think just as a sort of meta thought, we probably aren't expected to pivot through multiple user accounts to get to root. But if we can make we can start looking at more of these SUID. What's it called? Change FN. New group. Oh, these are vulnerable ones, certain. So what is like PK exec? That's only if you have sudo. Yeah. I guess we could try it, but I don't know why you would put www data in sudo. Nothing obvious there. Are these the versions of these programs that it has determined, or are these simply the versions that it knows about that are vulnerable? Like, ping is presumably not, like, mount with sudo. Let's look at just suid. Yep, don't see anything. Okay. Then set GID. Do we have that as a thing separately? Doesn't look like it. Okay, so ch age. Okay. I guess that's not our avenue. I mean, the fact that this runs so often does make me think that that is the thing to do. So maybe the way that script is written is vulnerable. Is there a way that we could put something in var www.html to run our tar script instead? Like, do you think there's a chance that the path is set up so it would look in the local directory? Because I assume we have ownership over that directory. So we can control what goes in that backup directory. Is there a way? Oh. But there's... Do you think if we named a file like this? What are some of these other things? Yeah, I mean, let's give it a shot, right? Is there... what is in AI? There's more stuff. What's an admin? Since we never did look through this stuff before. Is there nothing? Apparently not. Okay. So, trying to think if... I guess if we put the dashes on, they will be listed first. Let me do that. Okay, touch. Of course, we don't really want it to be checkpoint action. How do I get the just cat? No. Oh, it's probably just listed here, right? I just want this. All right, see if that can work. Is it checkpoint dash action? Oh, right. That's going to be. How do I do that then? How do you get? Is there? So if I did like touch. What? Yeah, I was thinking about doing that, but I don't know if it's when root executes it through cron, if the like current directory it's going to look into. Oh yeah, because it says cd into that directory. So okay, then we can see when that actually last ran. 12:53. What is it now? So it's probably going to run once a minute or something. We'll wait a few more seconds. See. Okay. And then, is there any chance that this will work? I could have made a test script, I guess. Why didn't that want to go? Didn't like my SSH key. I mean, we can do whatever we want if it's root. Oh, you know what? Why don't we simplify this? We can just, yeah. just in case. Okay, then see if it ran. Okay, it looks like it has. Nope, doesn't seem to have worked. What is the tmux thing? Add line to sudoers. Yeah, we could do that. I just have this feeling of like it didn't actually run it as we were hoping it would. We can try it locally, right? Like, so say touch. Right, seems to work. Okay, so then if we say touch, okay, then oh, okay. So it did try to run it. Then what do we want to do then? We can exec anything. So, but I guess maybe we can't have a space in the thing that we're execing, or slashes. So how do we take advantage of that? Yeah, but like, how do I, oh, like, put it with double quotes? Okay, there we go. Good idea. Then we didn't really need to call it root shell anymore. then let's just name it. Probably, I don't know why I'm bothering, but that's how I feel about it. Okay, so how long do I have to wait? About a minute. I mean, we could look in temp in case it happened just a second ago. I don't think so. It feels like this would work then. I mean, it worked locally. And yeah, we could have gone back to like adding the SSH key. But if I just need to get the root flag, then I'll keep it as simple as possible. Where are we at? Okay, it's close. Nice. Thank you for that tip. And on all the other ones, honestly, I would have either resorted to the walkthrough or just completely given up on it without your help. You see me now. I really appreciate that. Yeah, this is you know, it's the difficulty for me especially is in the enumeration stuff. I think so. I mean, have you done this box before, or is this just you just had ideas? Have you done this room? I guess rather. Because I mean, they were definitely on point ideas, and I don't think it was particularly. Yeah. Then I don't think the help was like. I think you can't really overdo it with the help if you haven't already done the thing and you're working from knowing what the right thing to do is. So if you're just like, why don't we check out the Samba shares, like that's the kind of idea that I should also be having. And hopefully this experience is solidifying that in my mind a little more, for example. And that sort of thing. So I super appreciate it. Yeah. And yeah, the enumeration was like the hardest part because I think I wasn't working through what all the possibilities were, and I was going up against the things that would be the most difficult, I guess, in terms of like online brute forcing or just trying to find more directory like. And in this case, they were doing the things to make it so that those weren't going to pop up. Like just trying Hydra was not going to come up with this password with RockU because it's presumably it's not in there. I guess I could grep for it, but it seems unlikely. Oh, it is in there. Interesting. What's the line number? What entry would that be? Okay. So if I had gone through 8.8 million entries, yeah, I think, and I probably would have gotten around to the like quotes thing, but I mean, it there I appreciate the collaboration as well. It saved me some time of like, oh, how can I get around the needing to be able to put a space in there? But that was a thing that occurred to me, and then I had sort of like mentally set that aside as like that's not how that works. But of course, apparently that is how it works. I think in my mind, see, this is one of the things, right? Like with the Samba share thing, it's a similar kind of mindset that I need to get past in some fashion or other. Of I'll consider a thing that feels kind of out there. I didn't actually consider the Samba share, but like I'll have a thought, oh, could I do this? Yeah, it's right. That means it's not in the path, right? Which is, yeah, because we're just basically doing /bin/sh-c or whatever to pass a command in. And I was trying to escape the single quotes, which maybe just isn't a thing. I don't know how you put a single quote when you've already single quoted. But I was forgetting that we could, of course, just put double quotes, and that would be fine as well. But then I was just trying to do dot space, right? So that just force it to run the local file or source it, I guess. And I don't know if this syntax actually even works in SH. I don't know, but when I saw that asterisk, my first thought was, well, we can control what files show up in there, and I sort of had this slight thought around, can you use that to force in command options, right? And this was before I was looking up the stuff on GTFO bins about how this stuff. Like, I didn't know what the command options would be to actually exploit it. But my brain went to, like, well, no, of course bash is going to be like somehow representing those as files or something, like, which doesn't line up at all with my experience with bash. It's just, it, like, path expansion or whatever, like, just gives you a set of strings, right? And so, but I think in my mind, I'm sort of like coming up with reasons why it wouldn't work, or reasons why that would, not be a good way to code something or whatever. Like, trying to look at it from the standpoint of, if it was not vulnerable, when I need to be looking at it from the standpoint of, well, maybe it is vulnerable and just give it a shot, right? So that's a sort of mental hurdle that I need to get over a little bit as well. Yeah, this was, once I had a foothold into stuff to try, this was a lot of fun. I'm going to look through the walkthrough real quick and see if the ways that we went about it were, yeah. Yeah, this looks like the stuff that we did, right? We use GoBuster to enumerate directories. And I guess that's necessary for then when we can get the emails, although we probably could have just connected POP3 or whatever. It's a little bit simpler to just do it over HTML or HTTP rather, with the Squirrel Mail web interface, just because I don't want to install a email client on my computer. But this is necessary to do first to make use of the enumeration results, I think. Like, this is basically what we saw as well. Yeah, so, okay, it sounds like we pretty much got all of the steps that they had. So I didn't use the SMB map command. I guess I could do that. I just went with whatever they had mentioned for finding, like, the Nmap thing. So I don't know. I could probably install SMB map. Yeah. Now this one is SMB map get. Oh, can I just do it with pipex install? Do we not have? Oh, I've been messing around with Python versions because I've been doing a Python project, and so I set up PyEnv and other stuff. Yeah, we just do which pip. Okay, so pip install pipex. Okay, we'll install wheel as well, I guess. We just whatever. We don't have an SMB map. Okay. What? What? Okay, I don't know why it's then. There's a Python dash SMB map get in OR. That's usually the phrasing they use for when it's a Python package. But I guess it's just a individual script. It's not like installable with. There's no like setup tools or anything. Okay, whatever. Because I noticed that version 1.8 or whatever is the current version. They have. It's kind of a minimal. Yeah, it's 1.8, right? So, okay. Python SMB map get. And then it's going to install this other stuff. Didn't really. Okay, let's do THM leave and THM disconnect. This is the only box we're going to get to today, but that's fine. It seemed like a pretty difficult box. What is this guy saying? Oh, fun. Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and install SMB map, and maybe we could try that the next time we have Samba shares to deal with. But yeah, this one ended up being, more interesting than the other ones for sure. Just, because when you have to really engage with trying all the stuff on your own rather than following, all the other ones were basically tutorials. So the next entry we're going to do, which we'll get to, I guess, next Saturday, should be the last one in this Proving It section, is the Daily Bugle room, which they tell you a little bit about what you're going to do. So that sort of, gives you some hints. But otherwise, I mean, I wonder if this one is back to being more of a tutorial approach. It is listed as hard, and this one is only medium. So that is curious, I guess. But we'll find out next week when in the exciting conclusion of the Proving It portion, and then we'll get into Mastery, where I don't know, if the buffer overflow stuff is really going to be that difficult, but at least this one might be, I don't know, custom exploitation certainly sounds interesting. I like the idea of maybe finding an exploit and basically doing exploit development, because that's obviously what I've been doing on the other stream. The other hacking practice stream is more vulnerability analysis and exploit development rather than full scope and mostly using existing vulnerabilities, or rather existing exploits that have been built. Okay, so thanks again to everybody that was watching the stream, people that came in and chatted, especially you see me now. I don't have any sort of community stuff, but you get my Person of the Week award that I have. That's a real thing that definitely exists, and I didn't just make it up, but I do really appreciate you working with me on this one. And I'll be back tomorrow with more hacking practice in the binary exploitation course, the nightmare course. I got more ROP related challenges to get through, so we're gonna keep up with that and all the other stuff. Thanks for watching. I'll see you tomorrow.
I don't wanna see anybody fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, I still spin inside your orbit. Yeah. You say that I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you stop and make me